friends. It's Thursday. We're back. It's me and Neva together again. Together again for a Thursday. We're here for some productivity. Neva and I have both had like really interesting weeks. Like we chat every day about just like what we're up to, what we're doing, what's happening. And it's just been one of those weeks for like, you know, the plans are just kind of not planning the way that we want them to, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but I need this 8 hours of productivity. Like this is necessary now. So I'm so glad that we're here because not only will being in the same place keep us accountable, but like you all will keep us accountable. So like we require that. Trust us. It's been that kind of week. Neva, what are you up to today?
I need to finish Mixed Signals. I've changed the way this is coming out in a vlog soon, but y'all can know before that. I've changed the way that I'm reading and that I'm consuming books. So I've decided because I only really read audiobooks and on my Kindle. Like I don't do like the only like physical paper books that I read are books that I'm rereading to annotate.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm giving myself no time limit on those. Like they get picked up when they get picked up, when I'm in the mood to annotate. Because you also have to like be in the mood.
Yeah.
To like tab things and like get attention.
You really need to be in the mood to annotate. You can't just like start annotating. That's not how life works.
So like Hooked is still sitting over here on my TBR cart. I've read 4 pages of her in like a month and a half because honestly, I'm just not in the mood to annotate her right now. I'm just not. So I have made 2 wheels because no life choices happen without a wheel.
We both have decision paralysis. It is a thing. It is hard. Decision fatigue is real, and we both love a good spinner wheel.
Yeah, so I have a spinner wheel set up for books on my TBR and I did pull these straight from my TBR, like my actual monthly TBR. These are not just like random audiobooks that I have. So I have one that's specifically books that I have on audio or I know I have access to the audiobook easily. And one that is like Kindle Unlimited, Kindle books, projects, whatever, that I don't have an audiobook. And every week on Monday morning, I will spin each of the wheels. So basically I have from Monday to Monday to read both books. And of course I can read more than that in the week too. Like if I finish an audiobook, I can spin for a new one.
Yeah.
But if I do not finish the original 2 books that I spun for at the beginning of the week, which I am keeping track of those, then they get paused and get put back on the spinner wheel until the next time they get picked because I'm not retaining information.
Yeah.
I found I'm going to have to reread House of Bane and Blood, which works because actually I realized that I read that and then I needed it for something. It's fine. But anyway, there's a video coming out tomorrow that will explain that. But House of Bane and Blood, I stretched this book over like 6 months.
Yeah, we waited a long time to finish.
And I did give it 5 stars because I did enjoy what I remembered about it when I finished it. But now that I'm thinking about it, I did not retain enough of it to move on to the next book.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's because I was also reading 5 other books. And I've just found that like the more books that I'm reading in the same formats, I'm not retaining anything. Like if I'm reading 6 audiobooks, I'm not retaining anything from any of the audiobooks. Yeah. It's just too much. So we have Mixed Signals, which I'll be finishing. That's on audio. I may pick up my best friend's Honeymoon. But if I decide that I just need an audiobook day, then I will move on to North is the Night because Christina has finished the buddy read and I am 20% through. It's been a week, friends.
It literally has been. It's been a very busy week over here too. So like I feel this. You know what, buddy reads that I feel like any good buddy read this happens. Like buddies are fine to just like kind of bop about, you know?
Listen, I finished one buddy listen, when Rainey, Kelsey, and I all read the 3rd Rebel Blue Ranch book.
Yes.
I finished it before everyone else. Yeah. And I literally messaged our group chat on Boxer and was like, I finished. I just want you to know this will never happen again. I will never finish a buddy read before you guys ever again.
This is the one and only time this will have ever happened.
I just happened to be able to sit down and like binge the whole book.
Yeah. Also, I only read the first one and I didn't love it, but the audiobook and the length of it is like very fast paced. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
and
very bingeable.
And I was like sitting there like playing Wildflowers while listening, and I was just
not even like aware how far you've gone,
right?
Yeah,
I was just like, and I like got halfway through and was like, oh, I should pause because I knew Rainey was behind, not like behind, but like everybody was behind me. And then the next day I was like, oh, I'll just listen to like an hour. I listened to the rest of the book and I was like,
that is not what happened. So I have very little left of Wind Witch. Like it is the tiniest bit. I have 34 pages.
You got this.
34 pages. So
are you liking it?
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. But I will be finishing it. And then I need to do a vlog update and things of that nature. And then I will be starting a NetGalley arc called I Would Rather Die for You and reading that for the rest of the day. But also I have like a few houseworky things to do, but I have the audio for I Would Rather Die for You. So like I can like do both at the same time. You know what I mean? Because it's a thriller. So those are really easy audiobooks to just like pop in your ear while you're doing other things. But I have to do a little bit of editing in between, like when I finish this and before I start that. And like, just, you know, we'll just be bopping. But my first sprint will be finishing this because I only have 34 pages left.
I'll be real. Y'all might move around my house with me today because I do have some more laundry I have to put away. So we might just pop downstairs for a bit.
I'm not mad about it.
So is this the third book in the series or the second?
Second.
And you liked the first one, right? Because you said that the characters in that there were a couple characters that reminded you of us, right?
Yeah.
So I do still really want to read the first one.
Just I think, want to know the hype. Like I'm not disliking it. It's just I'm not liking it as much as the first.
Okay, so you're not like hating it. You're just not loving it.
Correct.
Okay, it's just like a mid book.
Yeah, and it's like a middle book, so that's not like.
That's fair.
You know.
Yeah.
It happens with a
middle. That happens, yeah.
It does. So I'm not hating it though. No. Hello, Kelly. Hi, Tara. Hi, Ash. Got a doctor's appointment and getting ready. Just dropping in to say hi. Thank you for dropping in. Good luck at your doctor's appointment. Hello, Glenda. Kelly's 50% into people we meet on vacation.
Well, I hope you love it. I enjoyed that book. It's not like my favorite Emily Henry by far, but like I do still need to do. I am mapping out my Emily Henry ranking video. Brittany did this like a couple years ago.
I didn't do Emily Henry. I did Allie.
No, you did Allie Hazelwood.
Yeah.
But Brittany was like, you should do this for Emily Henry because I love an Emily Henry. Like she's an autobiography author for me, even though we did have a little faux pas with Happy Place. I don't know what the hell that was. But like
Happy Place was not your jam, but that's okay.
Even her for that, you know, they can't all be winners.
Not every book can be a winner.
It's fine. Okay. I wanted that one to be because it's like a bright pink book. I wanted to own it, but
that's fair.
It's fine.
It's fine.
We redeemed ourselves with Funny Story.
I've heard good things about the new one.
I cannot wait for the new one. I cannot wait to read it.
Yeah.
Oh, did I tell you about my book issue this week?
What book issue? I'm going to go with no because I don't know what you're talking about.
So, went to Walmart. Right. Went to Walmart last week. And I bought Ari a couple of banned books. Thanks to Jean. She sent like a gift card so we could get some banned books. And while I was there, I was like, let me grab Scythe and Sparrow.
Scythe and Sparrow. Why do I know this? It's the Butcher and Blackbird. Yep. I'm with you. Okay.
Tell me why. Good morning, Sammy. Tell me why we got a Walmart special edition of Scythe and Sparrow, but not of the other two books. So I have just like normal, regular, degular copies.
Why do they do this?
Of Butcher and Blackbird and Leather and Lark. But then Scythe and Sparrow is like the Walmart exclusive edition. It has like, you open it up and it has like exclusive art on the inside. And
Aww.
then the cover is foiled. The other two are not foiled.
Ooh. Maybe
And,
they'll re-release the first two.
It's pretty, bro. But like, and I looked at Walmart. I was like, well, maybe they have just like, I don't need the exclusive art, right? Because that's what I did with Hexed. Was I got the like the Barnes and Noble edition of that, which
Yes.
they did do a Walmart special edition, but it looked different enough from the other copies that I have that I was like, I don't want to do that. And the Barnes and Noble one at least looked the same, you know? Like you have to really be looking at it and know that like the shell on the front is not shiny to know that it is even different. So I compared it and I was like, none of these have foil. Like I appreciate cool like art or whatever that's on the book.
Match. Yes, I understand.
And I looked at Walmart. I was like, they have to have like a regular copy of this, right? Because I was gonna just buy both. Because I also picked up that's also when I picked up Wildfire. It's when I picked up
the special edition of Wild. It's so pretty. It's behind me.
They did not have a normal copy of Scythe and Sparrow, so I'm gonna have to buy a normal copy of this book.
You are.
Because I cannot have one copy that's foiled and the rest of them are like regular.
Yeah, I don't blame you for being a little perturbed because I also would be. Christy, how are you doing finishing Sunrise on the Reaping? I haven't read this yet, but I know no one who isn't emotionally devastated by this book. So like
I too have not read this yet.
I
do have it. I pre-ordered it off Libro FM. I'm really trying to get away from Amazon as much as possible. I'm not getting rid of my Kindle. I've done a whole video on that. But as far as like Audible and stuff, there's just better places to get your audiobooks, you know? So I'm trying to do Libro FM because they, you know, give
I like that you can book it to like attach it to like a local bookstore too, which is nice.
Yeah. So I donate to my local. I'm not going to tell you what that is because then I'd be doxing myself. But my local indie. But my little brother asked if he could listen to it first because I was like, well, I do have it on Libro FM. I said I haven't listened to it, so do not spoil it for me. I was like, and I know that we kind of already know most of the story, but like
you still want to like experience it yourself. Yeah.
My brother is 16 and he is relatively apathetic. He's not a very empathetic person. He doesn't cry easily. That's just who he is as a person. Like there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And even he said that this book almost made him cry. We are screwed.
We're not gonna make it. Y'all trust us.
Like he came home from school. He came home from school like a week and a half ago, and he was like, the audacity of this book. And I was like, are you okay? Because he like, he looked so sad. And he was like, I almost started crying in 7th period. And
we're not gonna be okay, Neva. Like we're not gonna be okay.
Do we buddy read this book?
No, because I don't know when we would do it.
I don't know either. To be honest.
And honestly, I don't know when I'm gonna get to it. And
to be honest, I think
another buddy at this moment in time.
I think I'm gonna pick it up and read it before I do my big reread.
Of the Hunger Games.
Yes. Because I'm doing a big reread of the Hunger Games, but I'm trying to decide how I want to do it because I've read all of the books at this point, except Sunrise on the Reaping. And this would help me finish a series, which would knock a series off my list.
Yes.
But also, if I read Sunrise on the Reaping, then when I do my big reread, I could do it in actual chronological order, which is kind of, I want to kind of experience it chronologically because I've already read them at this point, publication-wise. Yes. But I've never read them chronologically.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And maybe we would pick up on things.
Oh, I think you would. Yeah, for sure. No, Ash, you are not the only one who does this.
I also do this.
You're not the only one. You're among people who understand this. 100%.
I have 3 This is so terrible. I have 3 different versions of the Magnolia Park series because I have the special editions that are like hardcover foiled. They don't get read, but my brother bought those for me for Christmas and my birthday last year. I have the original covers.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have like the new covers because the new covers I'm willing to annotate.
Yes, because you don't like the new covers as much as the original covers. Yeah.
They're too Gossip Girl.
See, I think, and I'm not one who certainly likes that series, so I'm not one to go by, but I think the new covers make more sense.
They do, but I think the reason that I like the original covers better is because they were like really thought about.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree. But I think
But
if
they
you're
made
in a bookstore just seeing that book,
yes,
that
yes.
will get the right reader to pick it up more than the original cover.
That's true. That's true. And I understand why the author did the original covers the way she did because she wanted Easter eggs.
Mm-hmm.
For the
Yes.
first
Yeah.
So I get it. But I do agree with you. But I didn't like the Gossip Girl covers either.
That's fair. That's fair. This Ash,
this is so stupid to me.
This is the one that really gets me. Is the new Abby Jimenez book is so much taller than the rest of them. And I didn't buy it in the store for this exact reason of like, I will just listen to the audio. Like, I don't need to physically own this because it doesn't match. Like, not even a little bit. It
doesn't match at all. I saw it at the store. Yeah.
And here is the other Abby. I literally have an Abby Jimenez book in front of me. This is her normal size, and this is the size of the
yes, because I picked it up. Actually, I don't own any Abby Jimenez books yet. I don't own any. I am gonna buy Part of Your World because I gave that book.
Oh, Part of Your World is
5 or 6 stars. I think I gave it 6 stars. I don't know. It's in my Kelsey vlog because she made me read it for that. I don't own it physically though. I ended up buying it as an ebook, and now, of course, it's on freaking Kindle Unlimited. It's fine. Whatever. Yeah. I'm not even mad. I'm not mad about it. It is what it is.
You're like, it's fine. It's fine.
The thing is they switched the first one and the second one. They won't both be on KU at once.
Oh, yes.
It'll be one or the other. So it was the second one was on KU when I needed to read the first one. Mm-hmm. Now I need to read the second one and the first one's on KU, which helps me none at all.
That's always how it works, isn't it?
But I was looking at it and I was like, why are these books different heights?
Why?
I understand if it's like a different author, different series, but why are books in the same series different heights?
There's no reason for this. Ashley, I'm so glad you liked it. I still need to read, obviously, by the fact that it's sitting right in front of me. This is the next book for this vlog. So like I have it here to like when I say that I'm done this to tell them that I'm reading this, that's why it's sitting here. But I need to read this one first. So I'm like a whole book behind. It's fine. Everything's fine. It'll be fine. With that, I am going to star the comments because we have been chatting for almost 20 minutes. And we said we were going to be productive today because we need the productivity, friends. You all need to keep us accountable because we have a lot to do. Anyway, let's get into our first hour-long sprint. We're going to be here for 8 hours, so we're going to have lots of sprints to go. And I will see you in an hour. I would like to show you where I am in my book. Just because I think we all need to know. I think we all need to know how that's the last page. I am here.
Girl, why did you just add like 2 minutes?
I was like, I can do it. And then I couldn't do it. It was so close. I was so close. One less distraction and I would have had this done. It's fine. It's fine, friends. It'll be 1 minute into the next sprint and I will be finished. Neva, how'd you do?
I have an hour and a half left.
Oh, that's more reasonable.
And if anybody was like watching me, you know, I did stop at the end of the chapter because
yes, you do that. Yeah. You don't do what I do.
I just live this life. Like I literally will just turn on the thing, you know, like the sleep timer.
Yes.
The end of chapter. Because here's the thing. Libby annoys me because it'll tell me there's 15 minutes left in a chapter, but there's not actually 15 minutes left for me.
Yes.
I listen to it faster than 1 times speed.
Yes.
I do actually have an hour and a half left of the book.
That's like what you have left.
But if it tells me a 15-minute chapter, then I have to math.
Right.
That means it's about 7.5 minutes at 2 times speed. So it's a little bit faster than that at the speed I listen to it at. So I'm like, okay, I'll finish this before the end of the sprint. So then I turn on the sleep timer.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
See, I'll just stop wherever we are. Like wherever I am when that timer stops is where I stop. But then this happens. What
gives me
then this happens.
I'm not gonna lie to you. That gives me actual anxiety. Like I would have added 3 minutes and been like, I'm so sorry I had to finish this book.
It's okay. I'll finish in like 10 minutes.
But Live Laugh Loving for this book, honestly, so good. It's so cute. Okay. If I ask you who the last couple is that gonna like ruin anything?
No, because I would have said it even in the vlog because I don't count like who the couples are as spoilers.
Who
because
is the last couple? I just want to see if I'm right.
Charlie and Nova.
Yes. That's what I thought like this whole time that I was like listening to this book and I was like, they have to be the last couple. Are you kidding? Because there's like a part in this book where they make a the female main character in this book makes a comment about them like locking eyes. She sees them locking eyes across the room, and I was like, okay, that's got to be it, right?
And it's so good. It's my favorite one. Mixed Signals was my favorite one until I read Business Casual, and then Business Casual became my favorite one.
Do I just move on straight to Business Casual? Because
I think so.
I'm not gonna lie to you. After the last 2 romances that I've read that have just been like rip your heart out kind of.
Oh well, I will say Business Casual. I cried.
Damn it. Okay, we're gonna take a break
just at the end because it like wraps the whole series up.
Yeah,
and it made me feel like
was it like a happy cry.
Yes. It was like
I can do a happy cry, but here's what I can't do. I can't do any more dead moms. I can't do any more hospitalizations. I can't do people falling through bridges. I can't do.
It's been a rough go with us, friends. We've been reading some hard books lately.
I can't do any more extreme parentification.
Fair.
Okay. I can't do golden retrievers that buy car seats.
If you want to see a moment where the two of us just frantically texted each other and went, he bought a car seat, we were not okay. I'm still recovering from this book. Truly still recovering,
bro. And I text Katie and I said, you did not warn me and Brittany.
Katie did not warn us.
And she was like, oh, the next one is even heavier.
That I believe, knowing who it follows. That I believe. And it's bigger. It's a lot bigger. It's like 100 pages bigger.
Oh, I haven't looked at. I don't know what the physical copy of this book looks like.
It's bigger. It's great. I'm excited for when we get to it. I don't know when that will be.
Will I be purchasing these books physically? Yes, I will.
Yes. Oh, for sure. Okay.
So you have a page and a half left.
I have a page and a half left.
I want to puke.
I have a page and a half left. I don't even think I have a page and a half because like I'm here. Like I've read this much. So I have
a page.
just like I basically, if you took this and put it where
Y'all,
I
this is how you know that Brittany and I are two different people as friends. We are literally like the epitome of opposites attract.
I do this all the time.
Because I have anxiety for Brittany that she stopped that close to the end of the book. And she's like, oh, it's fine. And I'm like, I'm actually hyperventilating.
The timer's about to go off. It was fine. I'll finish it the next sprint. It's fine.
Listen, I'm that person that I stop first. I get interrupted in the middle of a song. I have to start it over. You know what I'm saying?
No, I just pick up where I left off.
I could never.
That's just how I am with all the things. Books, movies, TV shows. I just pick where I left off.
Okay, TV shows and movies I will.
Yeah.
Especially because the kids have been wanting to watch like old musicals recently, like old Disney, like DCOM.
Ooh.
So we've watched the first 2 High School Musicals, like in the last like 2 weeks. They didn't want to watch the third one. Ari doesn't like the third one, which I mean, fair. I didn't really love the third one.
I like the third one. I think the second one is my least favorite.
Like, it's fine, but like the second one has the most iconic song.
No, I think the second one is my least favorite. Now they're all great. It's High School Musical. Like we're great here, but
we watched all of the Descendants movies, including the newest one.
I haven't seen the newest one yet.
So the only gripe I have about the newest one is
I haven't seen it.
It's a gripe that like no one can do anything with because Cameron Boyce is, deceased. They really do keep the spirit of his character alive in the new one. Mm-hmm. But it just has this like cloud of sadness for me.
Yes.
As a person who watched as those movies came out, and like I know what happened to Cameron Boyce. Yes. Now, Ari did ask me why he's not in the movie, and I had to
any of them
very lightly.
But are any of them in the new
movie? So Uma is for sure.
Yeah, I knew Uma was, but none of the original.
I don't remember. I mean, listen, I just watched it a week ago, and I couldn't tell you. But I think because they get brought up, they talk about Mel and Carlos and everybody.
Gotcha.
And so, and there was something that Ari had seen somewhere, an interview or something, I don't remember. And she had asked about it because it was like back when like Dove Cameron was doing like interviews around his laws or whatever. So I had to like tread very carefully. I can't just be like, well, he's dead. Because that's traumatizing. We've also watched all the Camp Rock movies, which I love Camp Rock.
Right.
We've watched the Cheetah Girls movies, which I'm so sorry, but the third Cheetah Girls is not good.
Horrible. Watched it.
So sorry. And here's the thing. I know they tried to do the best they could because Raven-Symoné had left.
No, it was bad.
But like, why did we even need the third one? Like, the Cheetah Girls are 4 people. They're 4.
It also just like aged poorly too. Like it's just
the
problematic stuff in that third one.
I will also say Sabrina Bryant has said in interviews that the third movie was, in her opinion, also the worst one. That like she kind of wishes they hadn't done it because like there was no point in the third movie. I'm just like, what is it? The World Tour or whatever the heck it's called? Cheetah Around the World or whatever the hell it's called.
One World.
Sure. It's terrible.
And they didn't have Kenny Ortega for that one.
That's why it was terrible. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, you can't just get rid of the man behind the choreography.
No, you really can't.
I will say the first 2 are great. And here's the thing. I was like, oh, I'm sure. Because Braden, my brother, was like, I bet you don't remember all the songs from Cheetah Girls. I was like, I probably don't. That's what I said. That's what I said. Because I was like, you know what? I probably don't. And then I sang every single one. Cinderella, I do not care. That is the best.
We did a rewatch this time last year.
Yeah.
When we did Battle of the Girl Bands, because I was on Team Cheetah Girls.
Oh, yeah.
So we watched all 3 movies as a group. And so that was the last time I watched it. And truly, like, the first 2 are a bop. Like, they're great. They're fabulous. The last one, you just skip skip that. Although watching it as a group and like making fun of it was fun. You know what I mean?
We did Camp Rock for Jonas Brothers because I didn't really want to do Jonas Brothers like the show.
Oh, see, I love Jonas Brothers.
I do too, but I felt like that was too
much
much to do with a readathon.
Oh yeah.
It was also like competitive and like other teams. So we did watch Camp Rock when I did Team Jonas Brothers because I was like, that works, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally.
I love Camp Rock. I just feel like it was such, and every time I watch Camp Rock, I'm like, oh my God, Demi Lovato is such a baby. But then I was like, also, I'm only 2 years older than Demi Lovato. So I was like, you were also such a baby.
We are the same age as these people.
Like dancing in my basement, thinking that I was going to be Mitchie.
You know? Ro, how am I liking? I'm reading Wind Witch. Which is the second one in Truth Witch. How am I liking it? I'm not loving it. I'm probably going to give it a 3-star. I'm not disliking it.
That's not hating it.
No, it's just going to be, it's probably going to be a 3-star. I liked the first one more. Got to 62%, got distracted by YouTube and got myself to focus on reading 2 chapters on my book. Nice. Tennille started Song of Six Realms yesterday for our fantasy. It turns out it fits multiple prompts, and the author is Canadian and wrote the fantasy teachology. Nice. Just worked that sprint, kind of feel in a reading slump yesterday and today. I can understand this, and sometimes you just need to lean into it. Like do a relaxing activity that isn't reading, and then you'll like want to pick up a book again, you know? Like after
I wanted to diamond paint today, but unfortunately, I'd have to go downstairs to have like an actual setup that's not going to make my back scream for 3 days after. Mm-hmm. And here's the thing is like this week has been not great.
It's not been a good week, friends. Not like in a bad, it hasn't been a bad week. It's just been like a hectic week.
Yesterday, I was so productive after not being productive for the first half of the week. Like yesterday, and like you know what's been happening on my end.
Yeah.
But like I think I've been more stressed than I've let myself sit in. Mm-hmm. And the stress has just caught up and been like, no, girl, you're doing nothing. But then yesterday I put away a basket and a half of laundry. And I was like, you know what? I'm so accomplished. And then I spent like 6 hours playing Wildflowers because I was like, listen, I put away a basket and a half of laundry.
Exactly. I actually need to do that. I've got laundry in the dryer that has been in it since last night.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, you did the thing. And then last night I was like, oh, I could diamond paint. But then like I'm looking at my diamond painting station and I'm like, until I get a desk, I'm thinking about getting like a desk on wheels. Like one of those like small, like mini desks.
Mm-hmm.
And because then I can put it in front of my chair. I'd have to put the footrest down to do it. Yeah. But I could pull it in front of my chair. And then and then it's high enough because the problem that I have with my lap desk sitting on the floor is that I'm like, you know, and I don't really want to sit at the table. I'll be real.
No, I understand.
Chairs are not comfortable. Yeah. So I think I've just resigned to the fact that diamond painting's not going to happen,
which is fine
until I get a desk set up.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Jay got to 84%. It's good. It's about a 12th century shipwreck that wiped out a generation of English nobles and led to a civil war. Interesting. Watched YouTube and got home from work. I actually will say this week I've done, because maybe I've been a little distracted from other things, I have gotten so much BookTube watched and I'm like, yay me. Cool. I watched BookTube. I did that. Like I'm counting that as a win.
I've caught up on so many. Like I was able to clear out so much of my watch later list.
I've been watching so many our fantasy TBRs. Like I am just consuming our fantasy at a clip.
Well, the thing is, everything goes on to my watch later. I see something, like unless it's something that's like a true crime video or something that I watch like to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Everything else goes right into the watch later. And then I go to the watch later and I just click the first video
and just start
let it play through. And then what I do is once I'm done watching, I just go to like the, where you can clear, you can like clear out your watched videos or whatever. And that's basically, and I've cleared out so many watch later videos, which like never happens because I'm never just watching.
We're doing so good and at least something. Also, hello, Lisa. With that though, I'm gonna star us right there, and we're gonna get into a sprint because I really want to finish this book. I loved it with a page. See y'all, friends. See you in an hour. I'm dead. Jill. Jill, we were just having a moment, and I didn't even know we were having a moment. But I love this for us.
Listen, I feel like half of that sprint I was just staring at everybody because I was doing something on the computer, and I don't always think to turn off my camera. So I just be making really awkward eye contact.
Yep.
You know?
This is true because I was editing for part of this sprint as well. And again, I just leave my camera on. So it's just me like being like, do. I'm not actually looking at the StreamYard, friends. It just, here we are.
I have 15 minutes of this
so close.
Left. And I need you to be proud of me because I stopped in the middle of a chapter.
I'm so proud of you.
Honestly, I wasn't paying enough attention
to the timer. Yeah. That's because that's always a sign that you're liking your book is when you like forget to pay attention.
I was not paying attention. And I have switched back to my Switch save for Wildflowers. Oh, I didn't tell you this. So last night I was playing on my iPad. I've been playing on my iPad because I wanted to get my iPad caught up, my iPad save caught up to where my Switch save is.
Yes.
Okay. Well, last night I did a thing. There's a wedding that happens in Wildflowers. At this point, like if you're going to be watching my Cozy Gaming chats, you're going to get spoilers for this game anyhow. So like it is what it is.
It's fine.
So there's a wedding that happens between two of the townspeople.
Okay.
And I knew that in my Switch save, that was a thing that was supposed to be happening, but we were dealing with a different conflict before that. That conflict has not come up yet on my iPad save.
Okay.
But we've already had the wedding on my iPad save, and we haven't had the wedding on my Switch. So last night at freaking like, I think it was like 8:30. It was like around the time that I text you saying like, hey, I'm going to let myself go.
Mm-hmm.
I had switched over like 30 minutes before that to my Switch because I was like, I don't think this wedding has happened. Like, I don't remember this happening. So I switch over and it has not happened. Like
it hasn't.
So I'm playing like two, they're the same.
But like you're in the past in one.
Yeah, like they're the same like events that are going on.
Yeah, you're in an alternative timeline.
Different timelines. Because like on my Switch, I had my hayfield, like I had all of this stuff like upgraded. It took me forever. Like I just got my hayfield on my iPad. Okay. Also, like I've discovered a bunch of things like recipes and fish and stuff on my iPad that I didn't have on my Switch. I ended up having to take my spreadsheet, which I am going to be selling. But anyway, I had to take my spreadsheet and I had to make 2 copies of the spreadsheet. So I have one for my iPad and one for my Switch because I was like, oh, this must be like a linear game. Like you can only play it like. But now I know why all these people play this game like 2, 3, 4, 5 times is because it's like the same events, but you can play them in different
ways. Sequence. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And not all games are like that. Some games that are like slice of life sims like this, like you can only play it one way.
Yeah, there's only like you'll always have the same outcome.
Right. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm marrying 2 different people.
Wow.
I'm marrying a woman on my Switch and a man.
That sounds like a book I've read.
I just say. Because I was like, listen, I can marry, like, because they're not a cross save.
Yeah.
They're not a cross platform game. Mm-hmm. So I was like, oh, well, I'll marry the town doctor. You know,
that's very to have like, to be married to a doctor. Good,
right,
good
very Virgin River of me, right? Mm-hmm. On the Switch, and then that's a woman, and then there's like a werewolf character. He's like a man during the day and a werewolf at night.
Those are 2 very different choices.
I mean, really, Wesley was really my second choice for a man because Thomas
Wesley, the werewolf or the doctor?
Wesley's the werewolf. Amira is the doctor, the lesbian
anyone
doctor.
feel like we're hearing about like some sort of soap opera?
Listen, this is my version of a soap opera.
Friends, watch her game and chat. It's a good time. You'll see this all play out.
There will be another one next Wednesday. I wanted to do one this Wednesday, but unfortunately, the planning wasn't planning this week. And
you're not the only person who decided to marry
exactly Wesley. Ashley. Listen, Ashley, did you want to marry Thomas? Because I wanted to marry Thomas, but Thomas is not a dateable character. So I'm just trying to be his bestie because that's as close to Thomas as I can get. I was like, oh, I can marry people because not all life sims allow you to do that.
Is anyone on the group chat side of TikTok? I feel like everyone is because it's like blowing up right now. I feel like this is how it started.
I'm just saying, I don't know a lot of people that play this game. Okay.
No,
I actually know none.
Great time. This conversation is fabulous. I'm
now I know Ashley. Now I know Ashley who plays
there
this
was
game.
Someone else, or maybe it was Ashley talking twice about. It was. I would say somebody else talked about wildflowers. I just haven't gotten to the comments yet.
It's so fun. Here's the thing. I originally downloaded it on Apple Arcade, and then I realized I needed a controller, and then I couldn't find my controller for like 4 months, and so I was like, well, this isn't gonna work. So then I was like, well, let me dust off my Switch OLED that I've had since 2023. Yes. Haven't played in a year because I literally have not played it since we moved from Indiana.
I cannot wait to see your game and chat just so I can put faces to names here. Like it's gonna
be so fun. I have figured out that I can stream.
There's still a little more downstairs.
Okay. I can stream from my Switch.
Mm-hmm.
But what I would need is to like borrow my brother's computer to do it.
Yeah.
Because you need like OBS
mm-hmm.
to do it. So I've just been playing on my iPad for the game and chats because I can screen record that.
Yeah, that's fair.
If I can figure out like a setup where you can like see the Switch, like I hold the Switch
mm-hmm.
and you can see it, then I'll play that way. But here's the thing. I got my biological dad to play this game just so I had someone else to play it with.
You're like, I need a friend.
And he was like, are you serious? And I was like, listen, you have an iPad. You have Apple Arcade. Hi, Christina. We're so happy to see you. I haven't seen her in like a week.
That's because Christina hasn't had power.
Right.
And I'm just so glad to see you. And that's why I was like, oh, Christina.
Well, and I'm on a social media cleanse.
Yes, you're on like a little sabbatical.
Yeah, I won't be back to Instagram until Monday. And let me just tell you that the screen time that I chart is my social media screen time.
Mm-hmm.
And ever since I stopped getting on Instagram, I've only spent like 30 minutes on socials. And that's because my phone counts my messages app, like texting, as socials, which makes sense. Yes. And that's it. I've not been on any other socials.
No. I could cut out Instagram and it would change nothing for me because I just pop in, I post on my story, and then I hightail it right back out.
Well, it counts. Voxer is counted as like business and productivity.
I would have no screen time if we counted Voxer as business.
Voxer, I'm not even joking because I looked because I was like, oh, Voxer must be. Because I was like, Voxer must be like social, right?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I would assume.
So
I can see why it's classified as business. Like I can see why it would. Like I can see
entertainment is still at like 6 hours, but this is why I don't count entertainment because that's YouTube and my music app.
Yeah.
Games, we're not gonna talk about how much time I spend on games. Too much time. But information and reading, it's because I've been on Libby.
Yeah.
Okay. And then productivity and finance is Voxer in Gmail.
Which that makes sense because a lot of times we are being productive on Voxer. Also, I love that Bethany has also had this moment with me of just staring deeply into your eyes. I love this for you all. You're welcome.
I hope it was a journey.
I hope it was a great moment for you. Yeah. I can see, like I said, I can see why Voxer would be business. And I feel like we use it as a hybrid. Like it's business and also social. Like it's a both thing.
But my social, I've been on social for 2 minutes today. Out of like 7 hours of screen
Well,
time.
that's because you're going to be here with me all day. Like I feel like I use so much less messaging when I'm on.
Listen, I was on Discord for 1 minute.
Because I'm like
one singular minute, because and it was to post that I was doing in my Discord channel that I was doing Sprints with you today.
Right, exactly.
And then I was in messaging my messenger app for 36 seconds. And I guarantee you that was because I opened it long enough to make sure I hadn't missed any messages, and then I closed it.
When I'm on Sprints, I do so much less social media stuff, which is good because I am being productive in all good theory.
Right.
I think it's just because first of all, we're going to have 15 minutes to chat. So I get a good like chatty time in before we jump into the productivity. But also I'm like, I feel like I have to justify when I come back. Like the other night when I was on B&K, I came back and literally said I Voxered for an hour. And I was like, that's not productive.
Yeah, you Voxered me.
Yeah, I Voxered you for an hour.
You know what? It's fine. It's because I literally sent you a Voxer message that was so long that it cut me off. Very rude, really. The thing was, I was like, oh shoot, did I hit something? And then I was like, oh no, it literally cut me off.
Voxer will only let you send 15 minutes worth of a message, friends. That's what we learned the other day.
It doesn't like to allow you to, it doesn't allow for chatty people like me.
It was like, oh, you are done. And we were not done.
We were not done.
We were not done, friends.
I literally just started another Voxer chat.
Well, that's when yes. I just thought I was like, did she hang up or did it cut her off? And then, So I scrolled up before you had a chance to like start it just to see if it like ended at like a set time. Do you know what I mean? Because if it ended on like a 6:45, I would have known you had hung up. But because it was like right
exactly 50 minutes.
0, exactly. I was like, oh, that cut us off.
It took me a second because I was like offended that it cut me off. So like I sat there for a second just in silence. Like I just stopped talking and sat in silence.
Wildflowers though is on other places, right? Am I wrong? You played on your iPad.
Okay, so you can play Wildflowers originally, I guess, came out in like 2022 or something on Apple Arcade. So it's originally an Apple Arcade game. So if you have Apple Arcade, you can play it that way on any iPhone. You can play it on, if you have Apple Arcade, you can play it on Apple TV, iPad, any of like the iPhones that are compatible with Apple Arcade, or the like Apple Vision or whatever the hell it is, the VR headset,
the virtual reality glass.
So you can play it on any.
Wouldn't that be fun to meet all your people in virtual reality?
I looked at the screen because you know they use screen grabs of it. Like they post like shots of it.
Yes.
And like if you play, I almost want to get one. They're so ungodly expensive. I'm not going to get one.
Oh yeah, no, waste of money.
I almost want to because I am going to be getting an Apple TV because it makes sense because I have everything is Apple for me, right? Which you get that.
I do. Because all of my things are Apple.
My dad was like, you should get an Apple TV. He's like, because then you can play it. Because then I could play it through Apple Arcade. And there's some other Apple Arcade games that I would actually like to play that are only on Apple Arcade that are part of my membership with that I'd have to pay like $20 or $30 for to get it on Switch.
Yeah.
Which is what I did with Wildflowers. I mean, totally worth the $30. But even so, but like you have the VR headset on. And it makes your whole living area where
you're like in Wildflowers.
What? I was like, I would be able to like walk in my.
I don't know if
but that's like too much for me. I feel like
that's what I'm saying. I think that would be too much because I also think that like I don't know if I would like disassociate and be like, I just want to live in that world and not this one, and then I would just like having a problem. Like I would have a problem.
Yeah, I do think it would be too much.
Yeah,
I do think it would be too much.
Neva, before we go into our next sprint, we have a question directly for you in the chat.
How's
not well
the night going? I'll tell you exactly how well it's going. Let me just look at Everand and tell you how far into this book I am. Not far. That's what I can tell you. I'm going to finish the last 15 minutes of Mixed signals.
signals.
I had a brain cramp.
Even I went, what?
I almost said business casual.
That's because you're about to go right into that. That's why.
Christina, I have 7 hours of North is a Night left. So.
You'll get it. Like
It's
Christina said, there's no rush. Because you know what? We all understand.
Yeah.
All of us are seasoned buddy readers.
Fuzzy readers too, really.
It's too early for this to be starting. And like we know that this is how buddy reads go. Like we understand that. Like sometimes we're on it and we're on top of it, and sometimes we're not.
Yeah.
Rainy, you did make it, except that I'm about to put us into a sprint. So like you made it just long enough for me to go, hi, bestie.
Hi, Bessie.
How you doing? Buzzy fuzzy readers. I love it. Seasonally buzzed.
Listen, whatever we are.
We're something. Buzzy. That's us, friends. New name for Buddy Reads right here. Start saying it on everybody else's sprints and see if it gets around.
We're like, what the hell is happening? Listen, Rainey was there when I one time in my life read a book before her and Kelsey.
For that one time.
And I was so proud of myself.
Yeah, like Buddy
But
Reads.
also I was so annoyed because I didn't have anybody to talk to. Because they weren't done.
That is the problem with being the one ahead in a buddy read. Like I almost prefer to be the one behind.
Right.
Yeah.
Because then they can just give me all their thoughts.
Exactly. I agree.
I can give all my thoughts and then they can talk back. Yeah.
Totally. Okay. We're gonna jump back into a sprint. I love that we never did how we did. We never entire time.
We definitely didn't. I just said I had 15 minutes left. That's all I said.
And then we started talking about other things, which is fine. That's okay. I just think it's funny that like where did that 15 minutes go is my question. It's like poof, gone. It was fuzzy and buzzy and it's gone. I'll see y'all in an hour, friends. Hello, friends. We're back. How did your sprint go? I got the laundry out of the machine. Yes, I did a task. And I'm already 25% into this book, and I only started it after I finished doing the editing in the last sprint. So like it's reading very, very quickly.
Wait, what are you reading now? Oh, the thriller?
Yeah, the I Would Die for You. Now, funny story though, is I didn't have the audiobook for Libby. It was still saying a 2-week wait. So I got it off Everand, which is fine. What notification did I just get from Libby? I was like, you're about an hour late, Libby. You're an hour too late.
Listen, Libby be doing this to me. When we read the Empyrean series,
Yes.
tell me why Libby gave me Onyx Storm before they gave me Iron Flame, and I borrowed both books from the same library.
Yep. Oh, I was like, oh great.
What?
The audiobook's ready.
So when I finally got to Onyx Storm, I had 4 days to read it.
Yeah.
Because I was like, well, I don't want to push this back another 7 days in case I get Iron Flame and then I get Iron Flame Red, because then I'm gonna be sitting here with no book and then I'm gonna be annoyed. So I was like, I'll just borrow it. And then it took that library allows you to borrow for 14 days. So it took 10 days for me to get Iron Flame and to read it, because it took me like a week and a half for me to read the damn book. And then I had to try to read a book that really should have taken me like 2 weeks to read.
Yep.
I read it in 4 days.
I cannot believe how long it took to read the entire Imperium series. Like I love, it was like, do you know that vlog reminds me of the first time we ever did the 24-hour timer?
Yes.
We had an idea. We were like, surely we can read these in this amount of time. And we severely underestimated.
Well, because I remember I was sitting there and I was like, Brittany, I'm so sorry. This vlog is going to come out after your vlog. Like, I was like, I'll tag you, which I did, but I was like, I'll tag you in my vlog, like whatever. And you were like, it's fine. Like, we weren't technically, we weren't collabing on the vlog.
No, it was just like we decided to do it at the same time and buddy read it.
Sort of, kind of loosely buddy reading it so that we had somebody to talk to about it, because we weren't telling anyone that we were doing it, right? So I was like, okay, bro. And then here's the thing. The first half of Iron Flame, I kept calling it Iron Slug by accident. I wasn't doing it on purpose. I say it in the vlog too, because the first half was not great. Like, it could have been condensed.
It could have been condensed. See, I think Iron Flame is my favorite of the
Iron Flame is Iron Flame would have been my favorite if the first half would have been condensed.
That's fair. Iron Flame is my favorite. But I did rank Fourth Wing higher because of that reasoning.
Okay, so I agree with this logic. I would say if someone was like, oh my gosh, what book did you enjoy the most? I definitely enjoyed Iron Flame the most. Even though the first half of me reading the Iron Flame, you might have been like, girl, you're not enjoying this book at all. Plus, I had so many technical issues with the Empyrean series. Like, I lost half my footage.
You did have issues. Like, sometimes this happens with videos. Like, I actually, this isn't a side note, but I recently had to scrap a vlog, which happens. But I put all the footage together and gave it to my top tier patrons and edited it in a funny way. I was like, here, watch this train wreck. Just watch it happen. I started with the best of intentions and it just went bloop downhill and it crashed and burned, and you can see me come to the realization of that. There you go. Have fun.
Yeah. But I had to so by the time that I got it done and it was edited, I was like, where is my footage? Because it said it was only 9 minutes long. And I was like, there ain't no way.
Not. Yeah.
9 minutes? There's no way. So I'm watching it and I went from talking about I had my intro.
Yeah.
And then there was no footage of me reading Fourth Wing.
the main book.
It just went from my intro to I finished Fourth Wing, friends. This was 2 o'clock in the morning one day. I finished this book at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
And I was like, that's not right. So I kept watching. So I was like, okay. So I marked that because I was like, okay, that's fine. I can go in and I can just
figure that out
or whatever. Mm-hmm. Then it went from the end of Fourth Wing to the end of Iron Flame. There was no footage of me reading Iron Flame. And I was like,
where is all my middle footage?
and here's the thing is I also lost my second SD card while I was trying to
remember when you were trying to find that. Yeah.
I found the SD card and I was convinced this footage had to be on this SD card. Nope.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where this footage went.
I don't know.
It ghosted me.
It just left. It poofed.
You just get this random ass clip of me being like, hi, I've read Iron Flame and Onyx Storm. I promise you I've read it. And there's just no like proof.
There's no way for me to tell you this.
Onyx Storm, I don't know what was happening in that book. Like even
yeah.
Like, I thought about that book since because actually Onyx Storm I comprehended because it was the only book I was reading. And I still did not comprehend anything.
No, it was a sad day.
Like there were so many characters I didn't. That was like I just read Iron Flame, and I was like, "Listen, I know that book was not a fever dream for me. Like I truly enjoyed that book. Mm-hmm. It honestly would have gotten 6 stars. Iron Flame for me would have gotten 6 stars if the beginning had been better.
Same. I would have given it 5, which is my 6. You like
I gave Fourth Wing 5 because I was like, well, it's good. Like when you go into it with no expectation, it's good and it's nostalgic and it's like that thing that you want from like, you know, early 2010s, like Hunger Games, fantasy, right? Mm-hmm. But I was like, but it's not 6 stars.
No.
Iron Flame. I mean, I'm excited for book 4.
Me too. I am too.
I hope reading it for like a year and a half, but I'm excited for it.
I hope I can remember enough that like I remember.
Honestly,
because I'm not rereading them.
Listen, Onyx Storm was such a fever dream. We're probably fine.
That's true. Valid point.
Because even we read Iron Flame and then went right into Onyx Storm.
Yeah,
and even we didn't know what was happening. So, like, the people, to anyone who's in the comment section that was like, oh, I should have reread Iron Flame, it wouldn't have helped you.
There were so many new characters in Onyx Storm that just like popped up.
Where did they come from? They just like spawned. Like, I don't understand. They weren't even born. They just appeared.
Because when I was hearing people say they didn't know who everybody was, I was like, oh, they must not have reread Iron Flame. Like, that just was what I assumed.
I was like, oh, y'all did the bad thing and you didn't reread.
Right. Until I binged it and went, oh, I'm having the same issue. So it's not that. That's not why. That wasn't the reason why. But Anyway. Leandra. Hello, friend. How are you?
I feel like I have not seen Leander in ages, bro. Like, I swear to God, we sprinted together all the time for Julie too. We sprinted all the time because of Clue.
Yep.
And then Clue ended and well, okay, that's not true. I've seen Julie because Julie's done 24-hour.
Yeah, but it happens though.
It's only like, but this is once a month. You know what I mean? You know? So it feels like I go forever without seeing them. But like I legitimately, I don't think I've actually seen Leandra like talk to her face since February.
I don't actually remember the last time I was on sprints with Leandra. I need to fix this. I don't know when.
It's so hard to get together with all of our friends.
We're all very busy. Hello, Michelle. How are you? Got to chapter 9. No worries, Alicia, you're not here, so I don't know why I'm talking, because the whole message is that I'm gonna miss this chat. But like, if you watch it back, no worries.
We're still here.
We'll still be here. Read a chapter and a half of another. Finishing touches on dinner. What are you having for dinner, Courtney? Listen to a little bit of Careless People. Still finding it super interesting. Quicksilver went so poorly. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I really liked Quicksilver, but that's okay. You're allowed not to like it. We're allowed to disagree on books. Let us make that normal and acceptable.
Yes.
Okay?
We can still be friends.
We can still be best friends, and maybe we'll agree on the next book.
Listen, you don't have to like all the same things as your best friend, okay?
You don't.
Case in point, me, I love a good peppermint mocha creamer. Brittany loves a good pumpkin spice. I can't do a pumpkin spice, and she's like, ew, peppermint mocha.
I cannot do peppermint.
But we still love each other. And if we lived together, we would have both creamers in our fridge.
We would. We definitely would. And I would make you your peppermint mocha. I just wouldn't drink it.
And I would make you your pumpkin spice. I'm not drinking it, but I would make it for you.
I'll make it
Honestly, what's crazy is I actually like the smell of it. I just don't like the taste of it.
Same. I like the smell of peppermint, don't like the taste of it.
Like I will sniff your coffee as I make it. But like
same. I will enjoy the smell of it permeating.
You're like, wow. And honestly, I buy pumpkin spice candles because I like the smell.
And I buy peppermint candles for like Christmas time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna drink it.
Same.
Also, I don't know what I was thinking when I set up my tool shed on my iPad, or I mean on my Switch, but I just had to look at my setup from
Wildfires is what you're talking about. Okay.
Not own a tool shed.
I'm sitting here going, your tool shed. Like I'm sure my face is trying to
I just spent
talking about
that last sprint I spent going into my save on my iPad so I could set up my vegetable patch and my tool shed like my iPad save, because I don't know what Switch Neva was thinking, but she wasn't thinking anything at all. She was like, let me see how much crap I can get into this tool shed. She did not think about like having to move around.
Yeah. You know, it happens. Past you, different you, right?
Wow.
Past you is a different you. Also, Sam, I hope your interview went so well, and I hope you hear good news from it soon. Got to page 242, got to 86%, and Leandra and Neva are strangers.
We are. Leandra, I miss you, friend. We used to be friends, and now we're merely strangers.
We are strangers. It's fine. I do not, because you all did Clue together, but I didn't do Clue.
I know.
So I truly do not remember the last time I was
Leandra,
on my face with Leandra the TBR Zero, but it will happen. It will happen. We will get it. It will eventually get in the calendar.
Leandra, I feel that in order to not be strangers any longer, we should utilize Voxer.
Oh, Leandra is so lovely at Voxer.
Because honestly, here's the thing. I don't know. You know what? I know what we could talk about, because I have been wanting to talk to you about the books that I read for your vlog.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do that, because I know no one else that's read these books. Literally no one else.
I don't know what Leandra got you to read, but I wouldn't. I hazard to guess.
He had me read
what they were.
I read The Z Word.
Okay.
Which is like a zombie apocalypse, but make it gay.
Would not have read that, but okay, have fun.
I read Grave Expectations, which is like
the classic, but not the classic. It's like it's a riff. It's the middle grade one. Yeah.
Is it middle grade? It's not middle grade.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different book.
There was definitely, I mean, there wasn't like.
I'm thinking of a different book.
Nice. This is like a cozy mystery about a girl. She goes to help with this old woman's birthday party, and the old woman ends up passing away, and then they have to try to figure out if this is like, I think it's by Alice Bell, but I
thought this was middle grade.
Is it middle? No, there's no way, because there's a romance in it.
Well, no, it's not. I don't know why I thought it was middle grade. It's not.
I don't know. I was like, hold on. Maybe no, here's the thing.
I think it's the cover that gave me that vibe. I think it's the cover.
Leandra, I don't know if I tagged you in the vlog. There's no rush to watch it, because I don't know if you've watched it. But I legitimately switched two of the books around. I think it was this one, and I think Grave Expectations, and then the Parasol Protectorate book.
Oh, yeah.
I read the first book in that. I'm going to be continuing that series. I literally switched their descriptions. then I was halfway through describing the second one and was like, wait, no, this isn't right.
Wait, no.
Like, I'm so sorry. Like, it was such a chaotic blog. And then I read she had me read a science fiction one. What was that one? Let me think. Oh my God. I know I did not forget. I'm going to feel like an idiot because
I help you, but I truly don't know.
I'm going to find it and then I'm going to be like, duh, idiot. What do you mean? Reading my friends' favorites. Okay, here we go. Because I don't erase my friends' favorites once I read them. I just check them off and then I put the rating next to them so that those are my notes.
Me too, Leandra. This is part of my book to watch later list that I need to
watch. I read Great Expectations. Listen, all of these books I did not give one of these books less than 4.5 stars.
Do you know what? Leandra is fantastic at giving a book recommendation. I truly believe that to be the case because not only does Leandra doesn't give you her favorite books. She gives you the books that she thinks you will enjoy. Does that make sense?
Yes, except that's the caveat to this vlog. I don't want books that you necessarily think. I told her, give me your favorite books. And she switched books on me.
Okay.
From a year ago. So she gave me, because here's the thing. I don't know. I went into Great Expectations expecting not to like it. I'm not a huge cozy mystery reader.
That's fair.
But Leandra, I'm not going to tell you which books I gave what rating because you haven't watched. So I want you to watch. But I will tell you that I only gave one book 4.5 stars. I gave 3 books 5 stars.
Leandra!
And one book a 6-star. Leandra, out of all of the people that I have done a vlog for, so I've done Michelle and I have done Kelsey.
Yeah.
Leandra is the highest rating.
Wow.
Overall.
Queen.
So I read Great Expectations.
I knew she was the queen, but here, proven.
And honestly, I was shocked. Like, I was like, what? No way. Alice
Bell. I know that much. I just assumed I don't know why I thought it was middle grade. Like I knew I could even picture it in my head. I don't know why I thought it was middle grade.
Starter Villain she gave me. I thought this book this is a sci-fi.
Starter Villain.
Yeah, I'm buying this book. So I thought this is a sci-fi. I thought when I started this book, I legitimately thought this was nonfiction because the way it's written is very and then they started talking about villains and they started talking about super villains and these cats and I was like hold on, because I didn't read the synopsis of this book. I just went into it and I was so confused. I literally started this during a hot girl bath and I was like, I have to go read the synopsis.
Wait, I need to look more into this. I need to look into this more. I really want to try John Scalzi, and this is probably going to be the book I start.
Honestly, Starter Villain, I won't tell you my rating, but so good. I read The Z Word, which was the Pride one. It was zombie apocalypse would make it gay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's sci-fi dystopian-y.
Yep.
Soulless, which is
this is on my spring bar because of Leandra.
This one, Soulless, I don't know why. Okay, none of these books are romances, but whenever there is a relatively heavy where there's a romance subplot, but it enhances the story. It always surprises me that these are a Leandra because Soulless has spice in it.
Interesting.
Not a lot, and it's not crazy.
Not the main point of the book.
But you definitely know it's not closed door. You definitely know what they're doing.
Dang.
And then she gave me Small Favors. This one is YA. Small Favors is a YA. It's horror-y fantasy. Oh. It's very I don't even want to call it horror. I understand where they're getting the horror from, but YA horror to me is different. So I understand how they're getting horror because there's like these monsters, these like creatures
Right.
coming up out of the woods, you know. And Small Favors, it's like a fantasy horror. It's kind of folklory almost.
Mhm.
I really did like that one. Honestly, my rule is that I'm allowed to buy any of them that I give 4 stars or above. I will be buying all the ones that Leandra gave me because at least 4 of them I want to annotate. Because
Fair.
Starter Villain was just hilarious and truly just proved to me that I was right. That Leandra has very like dry humor.
Yes, she does.
And she's very
True.
Leandra is exactly the person I thought she was after reading Starter Villain, and I honestly am living for it.
I love it.
But also, she's just such a sweet gem.
She really is the sweetest. I got
It's
it from
so
a
cute.
free shelf. That's exciting, especially now that you know we heard from Neva and Leandra's recommendations.
I hope you love it. Honestly, I did the audiobook for all of these except Starter Villain. I did not. Oh, Starter Villain and the Z Word. Technically, I read half of the Z Word with my eyes, and then it took me so long to finish Leandra's video that I was like, you need to get the audiobook because you need to finish this. 6 months is ridiculous. Like literally, if you watch this vlog went so long that I started reading outside
because it still was warm.
it was warm out.
I love that for you.
You just see like the changing of the seasons and like the 4 or 5
Go
times
through all of the year with Neva.
or the 4 or 5 times. Also, every time that I shave my head, you see it in this vlog.
There you go. Friends. That's so fun. I love that this chatty time has just turned into us gushing about Leandra as it should. As we should. Honeycomb design on the dust jacket is really nice. And I'm sorry your library doesn't have them. That's so disappointing.
I had to get Grave Expectations off Hoopla. It wasn't on my Libby at all.
This might be something because I know some libraries, I don't know if your library does this, but you can put like recommendations of books that you'd like to see them have. And that's always great when you find out your library doesn't have a book because maybe they just don't know about it, put it on their radar, and you are guaranteedly not the only one that will be blessed if the library gets it. You know what I mean?
Right.
With that though, we've been chatting for a bit, so we should probably get back.
Yeah, we went on a tangent because
as we
Leandra and I are strangers, so I'm gonna go Voxer her now.
You're rekindling your friendship right here in the chat.
So many milestones this week.
Anyway, friends, we'll see you in an hour. Bye. friends, how did your sprint go? I was less productive in that sprint, I'm not gonna lie. I ended up scrolling my phone for some of it, not the whole thing, but some of it. So I'm only at 38% now, which is not bad still. Like considering I started this book in these sprints, like 38% is still decent. Did you finish Mixed Signals?
I finished it in the last sprint.
Oh, did you? Why did I think that you still had a little bit left?
I think because we didn't talk about it, bro. We haven't been checking in the last few sprints. Okay, I did finish Mixed Signals in the last sprint.
Yes.
Not this sprint, but the sprint before.
We were talking about Leandra, and I forgot all about Mixed Signals.
So I'm giving it 5 stars.
As you should.
I wanted to give it 6, but it's just not a 6-star book.
No, it's not.
Unfortunately,
it's not.
The third act breakup really pissed me off.
No, that's fair. I wouldn't give it like it wasn't on my best. Well, it was on my best books of the year, but only because Business Casual was one of my best books of the year. So since I read them in the same year, I did a combo because I did give them both 5 stars. It's kind of the same as like Wildfire got like chucked in.
Right, yeah, because it gets for me, it will get chucked in. Okay, when I read a series, when I have completed a series in a year, even if I haven't read every book in the series in the calendar year, if I have finished a series, then what you actually end up getting from me in like best books of the year or like wrap up style videos where I'm talking about series is actually the rating for the entire thing.
Exactly. But I mean, it's still a great book. It's still my second favorite. I like it more than Love Light.
I do think that this is going to be like a 5-star series for me as a whole.
Yes,
because I just enjoy the way that the characters are written. I know you didn't really love the second one as much, but in all of them, the writing is the same.
Agreed. I didn't like the second one. There was a lot of miscommunication in the second one, which I could not get over. So I did 5 for Love Light. 3, 5, 5.
I actually kind of wonder if I was to reread the second one, if I would still give it as high a rating. Because I gave the second one a high rating than Love Light, and I don't think that's correct.
No, my order would be Business Casual. Because Business Casual to me is the best book of the year. Like, I think you'll give it 6 stars. Like, Business Casual is
we love to see it.
Then Mixed Signals, then Love Light, and then obviously the one I didn't give 5 stars is at the bottom.
Right, which was the second one. And I actually think I honestly wonder if because I was really new into like my romance era, if I feel like there were a lot of books in that time period where I was just like Oprah with 5 stars.
Yes.
And I don't actually think that book would be
fun. But I think that about a lot of books now. Like, I'm like, I don't think there are books that I loved and I adored that I will not reread for the fear that I will not love and adore them now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to, I want to leave it as it was.
That's actually, I feel that way with people have asked if I would reread, House Across the Lake, and I absolutely refuse.
Yeah, mine is.
I reread a lot of books, and I have reread Riley Sager books. That is one that I will never reread because I don't actually think that it was a 5-star when I read it, and I think I gave it a 5-star because I was literally in Delulu land in the middle at 2:00 in the morning in the middle of 24-hour sprints, and was like, "This is the best book I ever read."
In Delulu land. No, these are books that I did really love at the time, like Strange the Dreamer, and I might give it 5 stars on reread. It's very possible I might still adore that book on reread, but I don't want to find out that I don't.
That's how I feel about House Across the Lake. I legitimately loved that book. I stand 10 toes deep that I get 10 toes down. I give that book 5 stars.
Yes,
but I think on reread I would not like. The reader that I am now, I don't think I would.
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't want to find out, so I'm just gonna never find out. Like, I'm just leaving them in the case of like these are some of my favorite books, but I am unwilling to reread them.
Right. Yeah, but I did finish. I'm reading North is the Night. It's fine. I don't know.
There's a reason I have not picked up this book, and
listen,
here's here's the reason is like she writes great hockey romance. That's a really different lane.
Honestly, she writes great romance in general because I've not heard anything bad about her Regency either.
Oh, that makes sense.
She has a Regency series, and then she also has a standalone called Whiskey and Sin that I'm kind of scared to read because it's oh my gosh, my
Is it a cowboy?
Tim Tams or my not my Tim Tams, my coffee crisps are gonna fall on my head. No, my also I did give the kids each one, and then I told them they couldn't have any more.
So that we can have our coffee crisp together.
Yeah. And Ari
Which
was
we
like,
will do this week when we film Not Enough Spoons. For anyone who doesn't know, we did not film Not Enough Spoons this week, so there will be no episode next week, but we will film next week, and there will be an episode the week after.
Ari,
remember us saying this week has been rough for us? That was one of those moments.
So I knew brother would like the coffee crisp because he likes coffee. Ari liked them too.
Really?
I did let her try it. Like I did let her dip it in my coffee because like the middle is like oozy when you dip it.
Yeah, it gets like mushy. Yeah.
And I have it on film. It'll be in a vlog somewhere wherever I can. I'm basically just gonna stick it into a vlog somewhere. It's gonna be very fun. But she tried it and I have it on. She keeps asking if she can have another one, and I told her no. But
you're like, no, these are mine.
I was like, the Kit Kats were for you.
Yeah, exactly. She got something.
Oh, she did like the Smarties too. She sucked all, and I told her, I said, Auntie Brittany said to suck all the color off first.
Suck the color off.
And she was like, oh yeah, it's good this way.
I love her. I would not recommend that to an adult, but to a child.
I did try it with one and it was not great.
No, I would not recommend it. I said as a child. I did not say as an adult.
I did try it because I'm just me and I'm curious.
Yeah, no, I just want the people to know who didn't listen to Not Enough Spoons to know that I said to a 7-year-old, not to grown-ups.
But here's the thing. Emily Rath is queen. I highly recommend if you're on TikTok that you go follow her on TikTok. Literally, I get on TikTok just for Emily Rath, to be honest. Like, I don't really upload to TikTok. I mean, you will send me stuff on there. Mm-hmm. Margaret sends me stuff. But I check my messages and I watch Emily Rath. That's it. Okay? And Emily Rath is queen. The Whiskey and Sin is an Omegaverse. Like, it might be Cowboy, but it's Omegaverse.
Okay.
And I do plan on reading her backlist because her writing doesn't change.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be feeling listening to North is the Night. I don't know what I'm supposed to be feeling reading it. And and she does give a caveat at the beginning that you are supposed to read this as a fantasy book. That's what I went into it as, because it's a fantasy book. Yes, she does use, I think it's Finnish, like folklore, because that's her heritage, but like her ancestry. Yeah. But you are supposed to go into this as like a fantasy romantasy book. Now, I will say it's got gay vibes. I'm here for the gayness of this book.
That's not surprising.
But Emily Rath is bisexual, so if you didn't know that, and that's a problem for you,
and writes a lot of queer romance.
Also, I'm pretty sure that all of her romances, I think she said before that all of her romances have queer characters, even if they are not main characters. They're queer. If the first book you ever picked up from her was Pucking Around, if that's the first book you plan on picking up from her, just know that is as gay can get. It is a very gay book. But I just like the narration is enjoyable. The story itself is like fine. I'm here for the gay, but I just don't know what I'm supposed to feel.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I'm not like upset that I bought the pretty version of this book.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
I'm not like, I will still buy everything. I don't care what she writes. Like, I will buy the next book in the series just to have a set. You know what I'm saying? I will buy anything Emily Rath. She could write a dictionary.
And you're here for it.
And I'm buying it. Even if I don't enjoy it, I'm buying it. And I'm not saying I'm not enjoying this, but right now, we're still with 7.5 hours left of this book. That's at 2 times speed. It's sitting at like a 3, which is sad for me, but also like I just feel like maybe either I don't vibe with her fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of this book left to read, so it could change halfway
Yeah, of
through.
course.
The end could have such a cliffhanger that I'm like, oh my god, book 2, because I know that we're supposed to get. I think this is a duet, so we're supposed to get at least one more book. So it's fine. I'm just not super like it's not. I don't know. This isn't what I would tell people to read if they were like, where should I start with Emily Rath?
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me.
So, I mean, I did find her through her hockey. I found the hockey romance thing. I found it by accident. I don't even remember exactly. Oh, I found it I needed a novella for the first round of Amazing Readathon.
Oh, wow.
And I found
so long ago.
Well, and I found Pucking Around, which I was going to read for a 24 hours challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I opened Pucking Around, it was like, oh, you should read That One Night, which I do own now. But I was like, you should read. They were like, you should read That One Night. But if you don't want to read it, here's the TLDR. And I was like, oh no, I'll read it. It's only 200 pages. And so I read that. But that was where my journey of Jacksonville Race started. And here we are.
Helen, you were the only reason I know about this series.
And we're almost
really influencing.
And we get book 5 in a few months. I'm so excited.
Exciting. That's very exciting. I can't wait to like see you watch it. Like I like just watching your enjoyment of it. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I will be doing a release day vlog. I will. I don't know that it will come out on release day, but I will be reading it on release day, but I will be reading it with my eyes. I will not make the mistake I made with Pucking Sweet and do the audiobook on release day, because here's the thing. I gave it only 5 stars, Pucking Sweet, with the audio. And then when I did my reread and like annotated, 6 stars. I'm so like the whole series for me is 6 stars. I literally could not pick a favorite book out of the series.
Yeah, you loved it.
I just love every book in this series for different reasons, because while her writing is always the same, her characters are distinctly different. They never feel like I never feel like 2 characters are the same.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes that's hard to find, especially with a big series like this. We're supposed to get like 10 books in this series. So like sometimes with series, sometimes it will feel like all the characters are cookie cutter characters.
Yeah.
They're just like the same character with a different name.
Yeah, repeat. Yeah.
And Emily Rath writes distinctly different characters. I
love it. I love when you find a good series that you just like are obsessed with, you know? Like that's always fun. Doom scroll that entire time. I support that. Sometimes you just need a quiet
good doom scroll
in your mind.
I will say, since being on an Instagram break, my doom scrolling has looked different.
Well, that makes sense because you can't scroll Instagram.
Because I can't scroll on Instagram. Like I'm not getting I have Instagram on my phone, but I have to dig to find it. Like I have to go into a locked, like I put it into like, you know how iPhone has like the hidden.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I have to like go like unpassword protect it. That's just too much work.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen.
So I find that I've been just doing more cozy hobbies instead.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which is nice.
I mean, that's kind of nice though.
Yeah.
Still haven't picked up my book. That's okay. We still have more sprints. It's fine.
How many more?
20 pages. It's more than you did. Exactly. Watch YouTube shorts. Oh, this is important though, to start your tax return. That's important, like adulting. Not fun adulting, but important adulting. Off work and preparing to go to the community center, listening to Maltese Falcon while getting ready. Got the kiddos from school and paid and scheduled bills. Look at everyone in the comments doing the adulting stuff today. Like, look at, congrats, friends, because adulting stuff is not easy to do. So good job. Finished my chapter and started another chapter and ate leftover mac and cheese. I love mac and cheese. I'm so sorry that you're having a hard time with your book. It's the writing style. Writing style is hard. If you're not driving with a writing style, that's hard because you can look at a book and say, this is a good book. Like I can see it being a good book. And there are actually people that I think would really appreciate this book, knowing full well I am not one of those people because of the way it's written. So that makes perfect sense. It's hard. Leandra started Gideon the 9th. I need to read this book. Excited I'm off in 12 minutes. How long ago was this comment? I bet you're almost off. You are. You're off in 1 minute now.
She's definitely off.
You are almost off. Oh, I was at the end of the comments. I didn't even have to. I paused the timer and I didn't even realize because the last 3 are everybody just talking to each other and saying hello.
Oh, bestie. I'm also going to boxer you in the next sprint. Just a heads up.
Sounds good. I'm excited. Ashley's currently reading Flying Solo and just winding down for my workday. Also playing some Hello Kitty Island Adventure. You and Ashley are like in your gaming eras, and I love this.
Are you playing this on the iPad or on the Switch? I feel that Ashley and I need to become besties.
You really
Ashley,
do.
What social medias do you have? Do you have, like, if you have Discord, like literally everywhere I am reading Renita. Find me somewhere except Voxer.
Yes, on iPad.
Okay.
You.
We need to become besties because here's the thing. I love me some Animal Crossing New Horizons. I played this game like it was my job. Okay, find me on Discord because I'm on an Insta break until Monday and I'm really trying to stick to it. But I'm reading Reneva on Discord. I played Animal Crossing New Horizons like it was my job during the pandemic. Like I put in so many hours on that game. We're not even gonna talk about it. It's actually embarrassing. Actually, no, it's not because I've put in way more hours on Wildflowers at this point, but it's fine. We're not gonna talk about that.
That's fine. You're having fun.
I know that Hello Kitty Island Adventure is supposed to be similar to Animal Crossing, but I feel that I'm too stupid.
No, you're not.
I feel like I don't understand what I'm supposed to do.
No.
Ashley, help me.
You're not too stupid. That's not even a thing. So like, no, we're not even going to talk about ourselves that way. But
it may just be because like the formatting for it may just be different. Like I may just not understand what's going on.
Yeah.
So Hello Kitty is way more relaxed. Okay, maybe I'm just overthinking it. That's possible with my anxiety.
This is not true. This is not true.
Honestly, it's not that I'm too stupid. It is that I'm anxious and I went into this game and was like, I don't know how to do anything. And so then I just overthought everything.
Yeah, sometimes I'm like that too, where I'm just like, this is more than I'm willing to give right.
I'm going to put in a little bit longer time on my Switch game here because I'm trying to get people married. At the very least, I need to get the wedding part of this game over.
Totally fair.
And then I might switch games because I have been playing a lot of games, but I've just been like switching.
Yeah, well, I feel like that's the nice thing about like laid back games like that, though, is that you can like come in and come out and it's like fine no matter what, you know?
Yeah. This is why I don't play like, I don't know, like games like, I don't know, like
no, I know
what you mean. World of Warcraft. I mean, there was a time when I did, and I don't really know how I did it because I would never be able to now.
No. I need just like a life simulator game. Like that's all I can handle.
That's what I'm saying.
That's it. I'm gonna put us into a sprint though, because I need the coffee. I feel myself starting to like, do you know?
I need to also make another coffee.
I feel the lagging happening. So I'm gonna get back to reading. I'm gonna listen to the audio while I make the coffee. And we'll see you in an hour, friends. Happy reading. friends, we're back. I did no reading. I was doing admin stuff that entire sprint. I was working on schedules for next week and the week after, and just like figuring out when member sprints were going to be, if we were doing daytime, nighttime, because I couldn't remember, like when, as we do, as planning and admin and things of that nature. So that's all I did. So I didn't read during that sprint, but I will read during this next one. I'm telling myself now, because again, we've said this before, that Thursday, like those last like 3 hours on a Thursday, the productivity
it goes down.
It goes down. It just does. It goes down.
Especially when we're like, well, we finished a book today though.
This is a great conversation. It's like when you finish a book, sometimes I feel like I'm like, okay, I've worked for today. That's me.
Yeah, that's actually the problem that I'm having.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, well, I did it.
I did put North is the Night down because I don't want the fact that I feel not productive at this point.
Yeah.
To
hinder your enjoyment of the book.
Yes. Be the reason that I don't enjoy this book. Because I am enjoying aspects of this book. I just don't know how I'm supposed to feel. And so I'm like, well, this is making me think too hard. And I've already finished a book today.
No, I
will pick this up tomorrow.
I'm glad that I'm not the only one, because there's so many times, like, and even if it's like, because you know me, I will put a book down at any time, anywhere to go to bed, right. Or for anything. So sometimes I'll only have maybe like a handful of pages left, but I'm like, oh, I finished a book today.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing is, like, I know that
I didn't read much
because reading on my Kindle. So 30 minutes of reading with no audio is a self-care thing for me that I track. And
that's cool. Yeah. That was not a self-care thing for me.
That is my
punishment.
That is my Kindle reading though.
Yeah.
Because that's usually, it's after everyone's gone to bed. Usually I'm taking like a hot girl bath. I'm relaxing. This is like my way to like wind down. So even though technically the book that is on my Kindle is always for a TBR or a project, I do not rush myself through my Kindle books.
Yeah.
Because I know that they're only really going to be picked up. I know that any book that I elect to be a physical read is only going to be picked up at nighttime.
Yes.
Well, there could be sometimes, like this morning, I did pick it up for a little while before we got on sprints because I had time.
Like, you have to finish it for a reason, like for a book club or a buddy read or something.
Right.
You might have to, change that plan.
If I've already surfed through all of my streaming services and I'm just like, I see nothing that I want to watch, I may elect to like read on my Kindle instead. But audiobooks, if I need a book to be done quickly, it's elected as an audiobook. That's just the way it is.
What really was sad that we didn't film Not Enough Spoons, and I'll tell you why my brain got to this, because you mentioned streaming services.
Sure.
And this week was supposed to be our currently watching moment. And I've started a new show and I was so excited to talk to you at it.
I mean, here's the thing. We can do our currently watching moment next week.
We can, but I won't be watching. I will have binged the entire show and will no longer be watching it.
But here's the thing. That might be better. Because then you can give your final thoughts.
That's true.
It's different than being like because actually I started a new show this week also, but I cannot binge it because it is a show that I'm getting 1 week at a time.
Oh, that's sad.
But I think that it will be interesting to you when I tell you what it is, which is why I haven't actually told you what it is yet.
Neither of us have expressed this because we knew we were going to talk about it on the show, and we've learned not to talk that we don't tell each other things we know we need to talk about on the show, because if we're going to talk about it on the morning show and we talk about it ahead of time, we will have discussed it thoroughly and we'll have nothing.
I also wanted to so by the time that we actually film the next one, I will have actually been able to watch 3 episodes. And 3, I don't know if I've ever shared this with you.
I feel like 3 is a good amount to know about the show. Like it gives you a good, because the first episode, one of 2 things can happen with the first episode is you can either be like, oh, this is really exciting, but then the second episode isn't like as good. So then you're trying to like decide what it is. Or the first episode can just be like, but as you get to know the characters, you start to like, or the people, if it's a reality TV show, you start to get more and more bought in. So like episodes gives you a good foundation of like what the show is really about and who the characters are and all the things.
I started doing this when I lived in Indiana because one of the adults that I lived with, they do this that way. They will say, okay, well, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to start a new show. I'm going to give it 3 episodes. And they will sit down, they will watch the 3 episodes, and then they'll say, okay, yeah, this is a show that I'm going to add to the roster. We'll pick up more tomorrow, or I'll continue watching. But 3 episodes is what I base my opinion on. Now, I have only actually watched 2 episodes. It is a true crime show. Okay. If you know anything about me, you know that I am very picky about my fiction shows. So
that's because you know about true crime really well. Like you're very knowledgeable.
A lot of my fiction that I watch, like fiction, I do prefer to consume fiction through books. So the fiction shows that I do watch are all things that I've already watched. Like you have to really be like, you have to watch this show in order for, and then I'll be like, okay, because like The Pit, I am watching that. And so far that is fine, but I'm only 2 episodes in, so I'm not getting any thoughts.
I really want to watch this show as well. Maybe I should just catch up to you and then we can like discuss it, like not live on the internet, just like in general.
Just in general, we should. Because
like, sister I know how
I think Jean told me about The Pit. And she was like, it's a lot like, she's like, you know, it's like a Grey's Anatomy style show. You will get me to watch something if you tell me it's Grey's Anatomy style. Because Grey's Anatomy, as heartbreaking as it is a comfort show for me, which I don't know what that says about me as a person.
No, I feel
this. If somebody pitches a show to me as like Gilmore Girls-esque or Virgin River or Grey's Anatomy, like I will at least try it. Because that's the buzzword.
Okay,
like,
well, I'm gonna tell you my new currently reading because I cannot, or currently watching because I cannot because it was pitched to me as Grey's Anatomy.
Okay,
which is why I picked it up.
Okay,
and I think Grey's Anatomy, and they said I was told it was like early Grey's Anatomy too, which is like that's even more of a like ooh.
We love it early.
I think that's a bit of a stretch, to be honest.
Okay,
now that I'm 4 or 5 episodes in now. Right. But it's The Pulse or Pulse. It might just be Pulse. It's a Netflix original show that
I got a notification for this. I don't have Netflix at this moment. I'm gonna get it back on, but I don't have it at this moment. That's one of the ones that doesn't let me pay for a year.
Yeah, so you rotate your subscription services, which makes total sense, honestly.
I keep my notifications on.
Yes.
For Netflix, because what I have decided that I'm going to start doing is I do have my journal, right? And the shop where I get all my journaling pages from, they're print at home, they're digital. She has a couple of different TV ones, and I decided to just keep a list of the ones that I want to watch because then, and I have them sorted in my planner or on a spreadsheet. Sorry, actually. I've really been embracing making spreadsheets in 2025.
I love this for you. I love a good spreadsheet.
And I figured out how to like do the formulas and stuff. I don't know how to do all of the like stats.
You're better.
But I can do it where it will like track things for me and tell me like how many shows I've watched and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I have a TV show spreadsheet now.
I knew this. I know that the new Grey's Anatomy is not good. Like I know this. I know this. I know this objectively. I have invested too much time not to keep up. So like I am up to date.
Where I'm at. I'm not up to date because I'm not gonna lie to you. I had to stop watching after. Listen, this show's been on now for like I don't know 20 years or something. So if
like
I'm
free.
So if I'm ruining something for you, you're not going to watch it anyway. So just plug your ears because I'm about to give you a spoiler, but like I feel like everyone.
Here, I'll just put my hand up, and when the spoiler's done, I'll put it down.
Yeah. So I had to take a break after Derek died.
Oh, you haven't seen most of
the no, I've watched past that, but not like I know.
Okay.
Like I know like that Alex leaves and like what happens with that. but I haven't watched any of the like pandemic-y stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because here's the thing. So I had taken a break. There's still spoilers. I had taken a break after the plane crash.
Oh, I love the plane crash.
Everyone died. Because here's the thing. I went into Grey's. I hated Lexi. When Lexi was introduced, I hated her. I was like, I hate her. Blah, blah, blah. She's so annoying.
On you.
And my best friend, one of my best friends, like in life, her name's Jen. She was the one that got me to watch the show. She was like, you have to watch it, blah, blah. She was like, you and Lexi, yes, Lexi reminds me of you. And I was like, absolutely the fuck not. I hate her. And then I realized that the reason I hate her is because Lexi is me. That's why I hated her.
Okay. Can I put my hand down now?
Yes.
Okay, good. We're all done. I was starting to it felt like I was in a Survivor endurance challenge for a minute there.
So that's where I stopped watching the first time. I had to take a break for like 6 months because I had seen that right before my mom died.
Yep.
Like I watched that, and then like 2 weeks later, my mom died, and I was like,
it's got the triggers in it. That's for sure. Like it really does.
And
but
so,
I'm just so invested, and I know it's not good. Like I get it.
I'm going to catch up. I'm too invested to not catch up.
But I have given 23 years of my life to this show. I need to at least see it to its conclusion. You know
what's crazy? What's crazy is I did not start watching the show until I was an adult. I'm not joking. I started watching the show. I started watching Grey's in 2019.
Oh, I don't think I watched them. There's no way I watched the first few seasons when they were airing because I would have been too young. But when did Grey's start? Let me look.
I knew people that were watching it my entire life, but I did not start watching Grey's Anatomy until 2019. The end of 2000. It was
it was 2015. I probably have been watching it that long.
Yeah, I did not start watching it till 2019. Now I knew people that watched it, which is how I knew. I know every death that happens in the show.
Or sorry, 2005. Yeah, 2005. So I was 15. Yeah, I was probably watching it. Yeah, that's probably accurate.
Because there were definitely kids in my high school. We're about the same age, and there were definitely people in my high school that were watching it.
I think I'm a little older.
I think you're like a year older than me.
I'm 35. What are you? 32?
No, I'm 33. So I guess you're 2 years.
2 years. Still. Yeah.
So I would have been a freshman.
Yeah.
8th grade.
That makes sense. Why I was watching it and you weren't. Like that's an age.
I definitely knew people that were watching it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But it just wasn't a show that I gave a crap about.
Alicia, please watch the early stuff. You don't have to watch the new stuff. Like I get that the new stuff is not good, but the old stuff is gold.
Do you want to know my favorite episode of Grey's? It's truly an episode that I feel like most people don't.
I feel like how you don't know iconic television moments.
Listen, I feel like maybe that should be an incentive on my Patreon. We should watch Grey's.
Could you imagine somebody taking on a Grey's watch along?
Like I would do it.
That would take 8. That would take. I'm doing a show that has 12 seasons.
I mean, we're going to be watching. We would only watch like the first 15 seasons.
Really 10. I feel like the first 10.
Here's the thing. My favorite episode is an episode I feel like most people don't like, and it's the musical episode.
Oh, I love the musical
because episode. I felt like here's my.
But I love a musical.
Okay, but here's my thing. No, objectively, these actors are not singers.
Oh no,
they only sang songs that were made famous by Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah,
and it actually fit what was happening. They weren't just was very High School Musical. Like they weren't just walking around singing for no reason. And I feel like sometimes with sitcoms, you just get this random musical number episode, and I'm like,
it makes no sense.
And at least Grey's made sense.
True.
Maybe I could do.
You could. I'd be down for that. Also, Michaela, this is a very good reason not to watch Grey's Anatomy like that. Like if it's a triggering thing like that totally makes sense to me. I recommend.
I think I'm going to do this.
I think you should. Before we run out of time, because if we're going to keep another sprint in,
yes,
we're gonna need to jump into it pretty quickly. But I do want to rapid fire the comments because we haven't gotten to all of them. So I'm gonna rapid fire the comments so that we have time to do one more sprint.
Yes.
Also because Bethany, I saw this and I DNF this book for anyone who isn't aware. But I've been watching.
You did DNF it?
What?
You did DNF it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. Bethany, what was your final rating on this? Because I've been watching your spoiler reviews, but I haven't seen your like final reviews yet. I need to go look at the Discord. I'm just because I DNF'd, I'm just reading the spoiler tags left, right, and center because I'm curious. Cooking dinner and then getting the bags packed for swimming. Also, I know we've talked to both Krista and Michaela further down while we were discussing Grace, but hello, friends. I didn't say hello to you. We jumped right into a Grey's Anatomy conversation. Sensing a pattern. I've been reading 1.5 chapters. This is so funny, Sammy. There was a sprint during the first season of Tar, the first time ever, where I was on Aoife sprints. And for the entirety of the day, I read exactly 37 pages every sprint. And it was hysterical to all of us. And
I remember that.
I don't know how I did it. It was completely accidental. But I showed up every sprint and I read 37 pages. And that's all I did. So I get this. I feel this.
I remember this.
Read my book way too fast in March, so I'm trying to be more intentional about reading. I love this for you, honestly.
Me too,
Sometimes
Ashley.
we do need to remember that, like, we just need to slow it down sometimes.
There's just it's not a race.
No.
I think we just have to remind ourselves of that.
Yes.
It's okay to take your time.
Reading is supposed to be fun and relaxing. Made it to chapter 9 of Sunrise and heated up leftovers. Okay, we made it to the bottom of the comments, but there's a couple more. Have seen Charmed, Buffy. Lovely.
Oh, I love iZombie.
Those are great. I've never seen iZombie.
I think you might like it.
I don't think though.
But like maybe not. I don't know. That one's such a weird because it's a comedy for sure.
Yeah.
But like it's about a chick who gets turned into a zombie at a yacht party.
Okay.
And then she helps the police she has to she gets visions from eating brain.
This is not
And like it's funny, but like I think it's
not a Britney funny.
I think it's too horror for you.
I wouldn't
also Riverdale's musical episodes made sense because they're in a high school.
Yeah, I think sometimes music. I feel like every show does a musical episode, and some do it better than others.
In my opinion, I've watched the entirety of Riverdale, and in my opinion, Riverdale's musical episodes made sense.
Also, Bethany, I read your spoiler tags for 45 because I saw you saying that you were just too far in, that you didn't feel like you could DNF, but at that point you felt like you should, which just validated my life choice to DNF at chapter 19. So thank you. You know, when it goes downhill and you're just like, you don't want it to go downhill for them. Like I didn't want that for Bethany, but it was a validation, you know? Anyway, Christina, you took a nap. I love this for you. We need to jump into our final sprint though.
I forgot to boxer you. I'll boxer you in this sprint.
Okay, sounds good. This will be the final sprint, friends, and we will see you in 45. Happy reading. You know how I said I was going to read? I haven't read for the last 2 sprints. Now, it wasn't that I was doing things. I was not doing things. I was doing admin. And admin needs to happen when you
needs to happen.
channel.
It's fine.
Admin needs to happen. And my patrons would have just gotten a laugh because before Bones every Thursday, I send out a reminder that like, hey, Bones starts in 30 minutes. I typed in Bones on Patreon to pull up the link so that I could send out the reminder. And thinking it would bring up the most recent Bones post, which would be April's links. It brought up February's. I, doing it quickly, didn't notice that it brought up February's and sent up the update saying that February's Bones was starting in 30 minutes. And then I went, so sorry, friends. Like I caught it as soon as I hit like send. I was like,
Okay.
I hit send and I went,
Nope.
oh shoot, that's the wrong month. Like as soon as I hit enter, I was like, oh crap. So then I like quickly went to the April one. I was like, disregard that last email. Wrong one.
Well, I did not read either. Honestly,
it's fine.
I did some admin. I'm currently on FaceTime with my dad.
Oh, I love that.
Well, he called to chat wildflowers.
I love that.
So he's not looking at you, but there he is.
Hello,
Wave
Dad.
He said hello.
So nice.
So this is our bonding now. I've gotten him into this game.
I love this.
He's helping me to perfect the inventory or the wildflower spreadsheet because I'm hoping to make it accessible to other people. Because I think it would be helpful. Because there's really no way, like, there's no tracker really or anything in this game. So like, you have to kind of make your own.
Yeah, so sorry. So sorry, friends.
I Voxered and I also started working on some admin-y things for, I think we're doing a Grays watch along. So I was doing some stuff with that because we'll start that in May. So there's going to be like an official announcement. It's going to be so fun, I think.
So exciting. Yes, Ashley, I do. It's called The Land of Fairy Tales, and it has 3 tiers. One is $1, and then it goes all the way up to, well, $2 American. Depends on where you are. $1 American, $2 Canadian, and then goes up to, I think, 10 American. I'm trying to do the Canadian American exchange. But 3 tiers.
I think so, because I think your tiers are about the same as mine.
Yeah. So it's the Enchanted Forest and Oz and Neverland because I love retellings. We do weekly sprints. We do watch along Bones every Thursday, and we do a Patreon readathon every single month. So there's lots of good stuff going on over there. Hello, Ari. How are you? How was your day?
He's talking to you, bud.
She's like, she was waiting patiently.
No,
and didn't realize.
She heard your voice from downstairs and comes bust up the stairs. Is that Brittany?
It is. Hello. How are you? How's your day?
Good.
Good.
I had a good day at school today.
That's good. I'm glad you had a good day. That's awesome. Are you ready for the weekend? Only one more day till the weekend. Oh, I know you love school though, don't you?
She asks me every Friday why her teacher needs a break on Saturday and Sunday.
I love it. I'm glad you love school. It's good to love school.
I don't want to leave.
I know.
Stay for a few more minutes. If you want to, you can help me read these comments. Can you say hi to Lexi?
Uh-huh.
Say hi, Lexi.
Where is she?
Right there.
Well, she's in the comment.
She's in the comment. She's with a migraine, but may try to do some reading.
Yeah, hope you feel better, Lexi. I'm sorry you have a migraine.
Yeah.
Also, you can say hi to Shuri.
Say hi to Shuri.
Hi.
And also, Things We Do in the Dark. Great book. Honestly, I support all Jennifer Hillier reading. Like I
need to read this author. What have I even been doing?
I don't know, but you need to read Jar of Hearts. That's for sure.
Yeah, I will. That is actually on my TBR. So I'm hoping what I did was I put that on I put that on like my. That'll be used whenever I get.
Can I sit in your lap?
No, not right now. Oh, mommy's back is hurting. Yeah. Here, you want to go talk to Grandpa for a minute while I finish up on sprints? Take it downstairs. Go talk to
Can I
Grandpa.
put it on?
It's on speaker because he's on FaceTime. Just take it downstairs. Say hi, Grandpa.
You know.
She's adorable. I'm sorry. She's just the cutest.
I have it for whenever I get a prompt. The prompt that's like, I have a friend, like a friend rec prompt, and so it's on there.
Yeah, good, because as it should be. Also, Leandra finished editing.
Yay!
Amazing, Leandra. We love seeing the
My
editing
editing-
progress because
my
that means
editing
there's a
Day.
video I'm going to get to watch soon.
Oh, I hope you're loving this book, Kelly. I loved this book. I gave it 5 stars or 6
This I
stars.
don't
actually.
think I would like, but
It's not a Brittany book.
it's not a Brittany book. No, it's horror. So that's always
Like,
a
it's good, but like it's not
No.
a Brittany book.
but like it's not a me book. Just finished the editing, reading Fourth Wing with our son, and finished a square for the blanket that I'm working on. Honestly, I would rather, like with books that I know are really good and they're not Brittany books, I don't even want to pick them up because I don't want to give it a bad rating just because it's not for me.
No, you'll just
It's a good book. Do you know what I mean?
You'll
Like when
just-
it's actually a good book, I'm even more hesitant to pick it up when I know full well it's just like not for me.
but you'll also
Because
just fangirl with us. Like Jacksonville Rays, you don't want to read those.
No,
But like every time I bring them up, you're like, yes, girl. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I love watching your passion for it, but we all know that an 800-page romance in my hands will not survive that review. Like I will not be nice.
To
So
be
there's
honest,
just no reason.
people have asked for a spoiler-filled vlog of the entire series, and I'm honestly contemplating doing
You
it.
should. I would watch that. I would watch that.
I'm just wondering if I should do it on the main channel or if I should just do it on Patreon.
I would put it on the main channel because I know they build, and going into the 5th book, people will watch the recaps instead of rereading.
That's true.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think I'm going to do it
what I would do.
I think I'm going to do it actually before the 5th book comes out, because now that I've read them all physically, I can do the audiobooks and it'll be fine.
Yeah, that's what I would do, is do it before the video, like before the book comes out.
I mean, I think it's in September, so
Yes, you got tons of time. Read 1 chapter, got through another 44 pages of Flying Solo. I answered some of these comments already, so I'm just trying to remember what I've already done. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, friends. You are all MVPs of the day. I mean, 8 hours of sprints, and you're all still here, and you're still having fun. God bless, because we know we get wackier the day the longer the day goes on.
it turns into whack-a-doodle time by the end.
My patrons for Bones, what they get, truly, because Bones is always on Thursday nights, and truly, I'm a good time, honestly, but sometimes a unhinged time. You can get both. Got off work, did some errands, and got to go home and read a couple of chapters. Here is all your last reminders for the day, friends. Laundry, meds, water, stretch. Hit that like button. Subscribe. These are important things. Hit the notification bell so that you know when we're here next. I love that he's playing that. Isn't it adorable?
Oh, okay. So here's what happened. Okay, he got me into Disney Dreamlight Valley during the pandemic.
Oh,
And he and I both started playing Animal Crossing at the same time because I had played on the DS back when it was just a DS game.
Christina, the dedication to get all these hearts in this comment is
every time.
truly amazing.
And so he was like, you need to play Disney Dreamlight Valley, like you love The Sims, blah blah blah. So I put in so many hours on that game. So I was like, what game? So when I bought Wildflowers, I was like, I have to get him to play this, because this is like how we bond, is like he FaceTimes me and then he plays while I'm playing, and like we're in different stages, like we're playing our own game, but like
you can still like embody double the gaming almost.
Yes. And then he also is helping me with the I have a spreadsheet that I made it for myself originally, but then I was like, I wonder if anyone else has made one, and there's not one that I've found. And I was like, I wonder if other people would want this. So I sent it to him.
Yep.
And said like, hey, would you use this? And he was like, yeah. So he's been helping me with that. What?
Nice. Precious. This is a thing. I swear Libby does this on purpose, in my opinion. And also you missed, I don't know if you were here earlier, but there was a moment where I did not have the audiobook for my book and it was saying it was going to take 2 weeks. So I got it off Everand and not 45 minutes to an hour later, Libby goes, here's your audiobook. And I'm like, excuse me, you are 1 hour too late.
I already done did it.
I've gotten it elsewhere, but thanks so much for that. Thank you so much, friends. You are all amazing. We love sprinting and yapping. That's what I should title these. Sprinting and yapping. New title. I love it.
You just know that when you come to Neva and Brittany sprints,
You never know what you're gonna get.
yeah, we're gonna sprint and we're gonna yap.
Literally. I feel like that's just like what sprints are too, though. Like it's just a sprint yap. Finished Ashes of the Star Curse King, 5 stars. Nice. We love to see a 5-star read. That's fantastic. And that's a great way to end the sprints. I'm gonna head off to Bones, friends. Thank you so much for hanging out. Neva, thanks for hanging out with us and keeping us all day. And I will see you all, next week at some point for sprints. That's it. I have a video tomorrow, though. New video tomorrow.
I also have a video tomorrow.
I love how I have to think about it. I'm like, what is that video? It's an unhaul. That's what it is.
I have a vlog tomorrow. Look at us getting videos up. And I also will see you sometime next week. I don't know what day yet, but sometime next week.
It'll be next week. I almost hit leave studio instead of end stream. Well, at least you could have ended the stream. If I just disappeared, you could have been like, I got
could have been like, all right, guys, bye. I could have even played an outro if I had to.
You could have. It would have been fine. Bye, friends.